page 63. Actually, it starts from 62, last line on page 62. Yes, thank you. That's the evidence of Mr. Stein, Brigadier,
Yes, my lord.
which starts on the last line of page 62, wherein he testified and said this. Yeah, yes, the two toilets. Then I also received the following page. The same time cell phone downloads from Brigadier Gininda, which he received from Sergeant, now a Captain Muswana, and Sergeant Mombasa.
Yes, my lord. I can see that.
We can see that.
Yes.
Do you know that information that Stein testified about you here, that he received the downloads from you of the cell phones?
Yes, in the show, you stay in Dana Oti, Watola, Emma download a cell phone, Evela Gwen.
And
Yes.
And he says which you have received from Sergeant and now Captain Muswana and Sergeant Mombasa. Maybe you can explain there
Yes.
what Stein meant.
Yes. So yes, my lord. I think the call will recall that at the beginning of my testimony, I did indicate that when I received the docket, there were cell phone data. In other words, disk on the docket.
Cell phone data.
Now, and I also indicated that as when Colonel Stein came into the picture, I gave him those records as they are for him.
Okay,
sorry, Colonel, you said you received data.
So I received the docket. In the docket, it contained cell phone data that was already obtained by the previous investigators, my lord. In other-
cell phone data.
In other words, my lord, after the docket was registered in 2014, after this incident happened, Colonel Bomstrang, so perhaps let me deal with it in a proper sequence.
Okay.
Lieutenant Kenneth Nettling seized the cell phones from the people who were inside the house. That is a chain of events.
Cell phone
Now, those cell phones include the cell phone of Ms. Kelly Kumalo. They were processed accordingly. They were then booked out or taken by Captain Mushwana, who was a warrant officer then. Then Captain Mushwana did the downloadings that picked up the number, as I said, of accused number 5, amongst other things. And as I've said, my lord, it was not known or not matched to accused number 5 because at that stage he was not in sight of the investigation. Now those downloads, my lord, were then filed in the docket, but also kept on the database of the police. Subsequent to that, this is now the first investigation team. Lieutenant Colonel Bomstrang, who was a captain then, applied for the Section 205 insofar as all the people who were inside the house.
Section 205.
When those 205s, my lord, records for the cell phones were received, they were also filed in the docket, and then the other part, because they came through Vodacom, was kept at the TSU, my lord. That is also the department that deals with this data of the ACPS.
No, I missed it already.
TSU, they were kept by TSU. Now, when I received the docket, my lord, I received the docket with this data in the docket.
isinawo ke le data.
Upon Colonel Stein coming on board, I gave him this data,
Mase ngena Colonel Stein ngase ngimnika ke yonke le data.
and I asked him first, my lord, to authenticate the authenticity of what was contained in the docket because I was not there when it was applied.
Manje ngicela ukuthi ekuqaleni aqinisekise okwakungaphakathi edokethini ngoba mina ngangingekho ekuqaleni.
So the response I got is that indeed it was authenticated and then he started working on it, my lord.
Manje ngezwe ukuthi ke sathon yaqinisekiswa ke konke okungaphakathi kwedocument ila isaqala khona.
So then going to, so I can confirm insofar as saying what was contained in the docket was given to Colonel Stein by me, my lord.
Engaqinisekisa ukuthi okungaphakathi edokethini kwanikwa Lieutenant Colonel Stein.
But he authenticated that himself as well.
And futhi ke kwayena owazithathela ke umsebenzi ukuqinisekisa konke okungaphakathi kuyona.
Now moving to Sergeant, it's Mabaso, Sergeant Mabaso, my lord.
Manje kasiyeke la ku Sergeant Mabaso.
After accused 3 was on site, we then picked up, my lord, that under Cleveland case 9202 of 2015, there was a cell phone. You know, I'm just putting this reminder, my lord, that was seized under that case when he was arrested on the 9th of February 2015.
Manje yethu se eseboshwa umsola
3.
Mso athe mase sola boshwa umsola wesithathu.
Accused 3, when he was arrested, there was a cell phone taken from him.
Manje kwathi mase boshwa umsola wesithathu khona cell phone eyatholakala kuyena.
It was then, my lord, downloaded.
Manje kase ke iya downloadwa.
The data of the downloads was also kept by Brixton, the original data, but the disk was made and then given to the investigators of the time.
Manje ke kwathi ke kwenziwa ama download ke ayogcina eBrixton kodwa ke idisk naleyo data yanikwa abaphenyi bangaleso sikhathi.
It was
I then-
downloaded by who?
I think the first downloader, insofar as that matter is concerned, would have been Sergeant Gos, if my recollection. That is insofar as Cleveland case 96 of 2015, in relation to that matter, my lord.
Manje ke engicela ukuthi owawuyena owayidownloada ngaleso sikhathi kwawu Sergeant Nkosi.
When
And
I
we are
came,
talking about the cell phone for accused number?
3.
Khuluma cell phone makhalekhukhwini kamsolo wesithathu.
Okay, before you move on, Colonel, before I get lost on the way from your answers, you said there were data, or there was data information contained in a disk. Did I get you correct?
Ngithole kahle yini ukuthi kukhona idata ngaphakathi kwedisk.
So yes, insofar as the cell phones, my lord. So what I'm saying is, when
Peter, can you just confirm that so that we
yes,
go together?
I confirmed. I just want
Okay.
us to make sure that I
Just
put
hang
it in
in
the
there.
proper context, because you've got 2 data. You've got section 205s and the data of the download that I was dealing with now, my lord.
Okay, wait, we're coming to section 205. We're still talking about the beginning of the receipt of the data information right now.
Sizoya ku section 205 sisakhuluma manje ukudownloadwa kwama cell phone.
Okay. So when you receive the dockets, you receive the data information in respect of the devices of the people which had been downloaded from the devices of the people who were inside the house. Am I correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Docket wathola futhi naloku kwakudownloade kulama cell phone alabantu ababisendlini.
Yes, my lord.
That is correct.
And then you further mentioned that from those downloads, that it's wherein there was information contained in those downloads in respect of accused number 5. Did I get
Kulawo
you?
ma download khona ke ulwazi olwalithinta umsola wesihlanu.
I'm saying in that context, my lord, but I did not analyze the download. I'm not an expert. That's why, my lord, I've said, when I receive it, because I knew it contained cell phone data, I handed them over to Kenneth Stein, and I said he must authenticate them first and then start working on them. So I will not be in a position to say what was contained inside them. What I can confirm is that when he gave me the report, he indicated to me that insofar as the downloads are concerned, he was able to link the number of accused number 5 with Miss Kelly Kumalo. So that's the inference I'm making, that I know that insofar as the downloads are concerned, the number that links accused 5 to Miss Kelly Kumalo was in the downloads. But this is coming from Kenneth Stein on the report he gave me, not my own analysis.
Ngoba ngena kuchwepheshe ngizange nanoma ngayithola le data angikwazi ukuyihlaziya kahle. Manje ngancika ku Kenneth Stein emsebenzini awenza ngoba uyena uthi kwathi uma esehlaziya-ke lokhu akwaphuma kuma-download wathola ukuthi kukhona la ukukhombisa khona ukuxhumana phakathi kokamsolo wesihlanu noKelly Khumalo.
So in other words, from the device belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo, there were downloads, there were data information that was downloaded, which gave the information linking accused number 5, linking cause between accused number 5 and Ms. Kelly Khumalo.
Yes, that's the report I got, and that's what is contained in Colonel Stein's statement, my lord.
Manje la kule ma-download kule data eyathola efonini kaKelly sathola ulwazi olukhombisayo ukuxhumana phakathi kukaKelly Khumalo nomsolo wesihlanu.
Those downloads that you received, you said you received from Muswana. You received from who?
Uthi wathola kubani la ma-download?
No, my lord, that's the part that I was still explaining. I didn't get there. I'm saying, when I didn't receive anything from Captain Muswana myself, I inherited a docket. In the docket,
Okay.
there were datas in terms of cell phone records and downloads.
Manje ngithi mina-ke ngathola i-docket and la ngaphakathi kwe-docket kwakunama-records mayelana nama-cellphone.
I handed them to Colonel Stein and asked him to authenticate what was in the docket. He
Yeah.
went and did his own comparison, my lord. He gave me a report that he has authenticated them. They are authenticated afterwards, my lord.
Ngase nginike uKelly Stein ukuthi-ke akawahlaziye ebese yangitshela ukuthi ebese futhi-ke eletha-ke ezifunela yena indlela yokuthola ukuthi ziyaqinisekisa ukuqinisekisa lezi zinto ezingaphakathi kwaleyo docket.
Okay. Upon receipt with those downloads, did you on your own go through those downloads as the investigating officer, or you did not open them?
Manje ukutholeni la ma-download wena wawabhekisisa yini njengomuntu wayephenye noma zange?
No, I didn't, my lord. I don't have the expertise. That's why I needed the expertise of Colonel Stein to come and assist.
Angizange ngikwenze lo ngoba anginabo ulwazi noma angiyena uqepheshe ukubheka ama-cellphone yikho ngadinga usizo luka Lieutenant Colonel Stein.
Okay. Do you know if those downloads, Colonel, were in a PDF format or in a Word format? In other words, do you know if they were in a format that is editable
Manje
when you
lama-
gave them to Kenneth Stein?
manje ungamniki uKelly Stein wawazini ukuthi la ma-downloads ayewuhlobo lwamafayili ayi-PDF noma ayi-Word esichazayo ukuthi-ke yayikhona indlela ubungakwazi ukuthi uguqule okungaphakathi.
No, I wouldn't know, my lord. As I said, I don't have the expertise, so I did not even check. I don't have the expertise, my lord.
Njengoba sengishilo-ke nginabo ulwazi futhi-ke angeke bengeke ngikwazi.
Okay. Thank you, Colonel. Furthermore, you mentioned that you also receive the Section 205 cell phone records. Am I correct?
Uthe uthole section 205 umbiko.
In the docket.
Yes,
Alright.
in the docket, yes, my lord.
Yebo ngayithole ikhona ngaphakathi kwe-docket.
In which format were they in?
Wayengayiluphi uhlolo lwamafayili?
My lord, like I said, those are the expertise. So the downloads and the 205s were given on the same context to Colonel Stein because both of them were in the docket. So I didn't analyze and check those things. I don't have the expertise. That's why I said to Colonel Stein, check the authenticity first and then start working on them.
Yeah,
And then when he came back and said it was authenticate, even then I didn't have the expertise. He's the one that worked on the data until he gave me the last product, my lord.
bese ngichazela ukuthi ngithole enjalo ngadlulisela kuKolonel Stein enjalo ngoba mina ngokwami anginalo ulwazi lokuthi bengingasebenza ngayo, so nginikile yena ngacela ukuthi no akaqinisekise lama document and aphinde awahlaziye lokula ngaphakathi.
Okay, but were they in an electronic copy or in a hard copy filed in the docket?
Manje ke lembiko yayisemaphepheni noma yayamafayili nje computer.
They were in electronic copy, my lord, in a disk format.
Ayifakwe ngaphakathi kwedisk.
Okay. Usually from your previous experience, I understand you said how many experience of service do you have?
So neminyaka emingaki ke yesipiliyoni?
Sure, it's over 30 years, my lord. now.
Over 30 years.
Yes.
Asingaphezulu kwamashumi amathathu.
And most of the time you have been under the detective services.
That is correct, my lord.
Okay, isikhathini esiningi ngisenza ngaphansi kwabaphenyi.
Okay, normally, in other cases, when you receive Section 205 records from the service provider, will you receive them in a PDF format or in a Word format? Normal, under the normal circumstances, when we are investigating other cases.
Manje uma uthola imbiko yakwa section 205 ujwayele uyithola uhlobo lwe-PDF noma ilolu hlobo lwama-file e-Word.
My experience, my lord, is that they are moved from the service providers in a PDF format.
PDF.
Engikwaziyo ukuthi asuswa lapha ku-service provider uhlobo lwe-PDF.
Then they are sent to the department that deals with the set data. This is now the TSU of the ACPS, because that's the custodian and the office that deals with the service provider and the ACPS before the investigators comes in, my lord.
Engakangeni-ke abaphenyi aqala-ke ayonikwa kuleli qembu lamaphoyisa kuthiwa yi-TSU aye kulona engakafikiselwa kubaphenyi.
Now, I do know, my lord, that this is now through my experience, that some analysts, because they cannot work, this is based on the experience, on the PDF, they will then make engagements or liaise with the TSU to have that data converted into a Word document. So that is based on the experience. Then it happens that at times when the disk or the data comes out from the TSU, it is in a Word format because of the request that was made.
Manje kwesinye isikhathi-ke ngoba baye bafisa ukuthi bakwazi ukusebenza ngawo ngendlela abayaziyo, baye bacela ukuthi iguqulwe ifayili ikhishwe ku-PDF yenziwe lolu hlobo le-Word ukuze bakwazi ukusebenza ngayo. So kuyenzeka ukuthi ithi uma uphima lapha ku-TSU iphume isiyi-Word.
In other instances, it will remain as a PDF if perhaps there's no such request, my lord.
Uma ukhona ukuthi ayisikho-ke isicelo sokuthi iguqulwe, yebo izohlala ingaleyo ndlela iyi-PDF.
In the circumstances where there had been a request of asking the change of a format, it will be a request done by that legal team for the SAPS before the PDF is handed into the respective investigating officer. Am I correct?
Kusho ukuthi-ke before ungakaqali ukuthi bayiguqule, kusho ukuthi abomthetho bala ngaphakathi esiphoyiseni bona bacela ukuthi iguqulwe ingakayiswa kubaphenyi, akunjalo?
Or it will be a request done by the investigating officer?
Noma isicelo leso sifakwa umseshi.
My lord, it can be requested by the investigating officer at the request of the analyst, because that is done to analyze. So through experience, I know that analysts will only analyze when that document is workable, compatible with their system that is given by the police. So the request can either come from them or the police, but not the prosecution, because the analyst is the one, is the ACPS member who assists with the analyst and then produce the product of his analysis.
Manje-ke lo ohlaziyayo uyaye acele ukuthi-ke kube nalokuyiguqula ifayili, kodwa-ke kuwukuthi-ke leso sicelo leso sifakwa umseshi kuwukuthi sicelo uyilo ohlaziyayo, ngoba ukuze ahlaziye ufuna ukuthi asebenze ngefayili akwazi ukusebenzisana nalo.
So who will be in a position to change the Section 205 in a PDF form into a Word as per the request?
Manje kubani onelungelo lokuthi aguqule section 205 ukuthi ayisuse ku-PDF ayise ku-Word
If there is any request?
sekufakwe isicelo.
My lord, what I know is that it is done at the TSU, at that office. As to who is designated with that, I don't know. But as I'm saying, from the service provider, the data will go to the TSU. The request is done there. As to who is then designated to do it, I don't know that, my lord.
Mina angikwaziyo nje ukuthi yenziwa kwa-TSU ukuthi ubani oyenzayo lapha nga-TSU angazi ukuthi ubani. Engikwaziyo ukuthi ifika lapha isuka kwa-service provider iye ka-TSU ukuthi benzani-ke lapho ikona engingakwazi.
And TSU is the department that falls under the SAPS, is that correct?
I-TSU ingaphansi kwesiphoyisa kunjalo?
Correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
Because in this case, the reason why I'm clarifying this, it's because when Ms. Vaitlingam testified, she confirmed that the Section 205 records in this case were sent in a PDF format. That is why I'm asking this question to see at what stage and when was it changed from PDF to the Microsoft Word format?
Ngibuza le mbuzo ngoba uVayithili ngamwaletha isiqiniseko la enkantolo sokuthi bona mabekhipha-ke umbiko bawukhipha u-PDF yikho ngifuna ukutholisisa kahle ukuthi yobani abayakwazi ukuthi bayiguqule.
That is my understanding, my lord. As I said, normally service providers will issue data in PDF, but then upon the request at the TSU, then it will be converted to Microsoft Word, my lord.
Yilo ke ngikwaziyo ukuthi ke uma service provider isinika amafile alethwa e-PDF and then ke ahamba aye lapha kwa-TSU ibona abazokwazi ukuthi bangaguqula.
Okay, thank you. Let's clarify also this aspect wherein you said you asked Mr. Stein, Colonel Stein, to authenticate the downloads. Was Mr. Stein present when the downloads were done from the cell phone into those CD discs that you found from the docket?
Manje lokuthi wacela ke uBaba Stein ukuthi aqinisekise download bayakhona yini uStein uKenneth Stein ngesikhathi ke ukhishwa ke noma ku-downloadwa lolu lwazi olwalungaphakathi kwama-cell phone?
No, my lord, he was not. As I said, the downloads were initially done by Captain Mushwana.
Okay.
Wayengekho ngoba njengoba sengishilo ama-download aqala enziwa uCaptain Mushwana.
Okay. When you handed the downloads to Colonel Stein, were the devices also still present?
Come again?
Were the devices, respective devices that were taken from the people who were in the house in which the data information was downloaded, were they also present at that time?
Manje labo makhalekhukhwini abakhishwa khona ukwenziwa kubona ama-download babekhona ngalesi sikhathi kwenziwa lama-download?
No, my lord, those phones were handed back way back in 2014 when they were done with the downloads. So it was the data that was contained in the docket. When I say Kenneth Stein, precisely because I knew he was not involved, that he must authenticate, in other words, to verify if what is contained in the disk, it's correct and authentic insofar as the database of the police, because that's where you find the original data of the downloads, but furthermore, the TSU data insofar as what came from Vodacom. So it was for him to verify that this product that is before him, it's authentic. So he will then the task, my understanding is that he would have had to go to these departments of the police to verify that what is contained, what is in his hands, indeed is original insofar as where it comes from, my lord, or where it is stored.
Lamafoni labo aphindiselwe emuva usho abanikazi bamakhalekhukhwini babuyiselwa amafoni abo. Ngoba uKenneth Stein wayengekho ngalesi sikhathi ke kwenziwa lama-download, kodwa ke okwenza ukuthi wanikwa idatha wathi bheka le data le ubheka ukuthi ke le data iyona yini wasehamba ke kulewo wonke lama-department ayefanele uyohlola kuwona ukuthi athole isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela le data iyona.
Colonel, there is no way in which Colonel Stein could have authenticated the data information that was given to him, because he was not present when the information was downloaded into those data disks, and also the devices were not in his possession when he authenticated that information. When you authenticate an information, data information, that is what you are doing. You are confirming that the original information, the information contained in the disk, is the original information that has been retrieved from the following devices which are in my possession or which I was present when it was retrieved. That's the authentication of an information.
Yeah,
so Kenneth Stein was not in a position to do that because those devices were no longer there.
Ngifuna ukutshela kona ukuthi ubengeke uKenneth Stein akwazi ukuqinisekisa ukuthi le data eyayitholakele ephuma komakhalekhukhwini abathize ngoba labo makhalekhukhwini akhulunywa ngabo babengekho ngoba ukuqinisekisa ufanele athathe umakhalekhukhwini ebese bheka nedata ebese yasho ukuthi no okula ngaphakathi kwala makhalekhukhwini iyona le data.
My lord, with greatest respect, I disagree.
Okay, no problem.
And I'll give reasons as to why. And I'll
No
give
problem.
reasons as to why.
Ngifuna ke ukuletha ke izizathu sokuthi yini indaba ngisho njalo.
Because of your 30 years experience.
Indeed, my lord.
Okay. Again, there is no way Colonel Stein could have authenticated the device, the information retrieved from the device belonging to Ms. Kelly, which linked the call which was made from the number belonging to accused number 5. Because he was not there when that cell phone belonging to Ms. Kelly was retrieved, when the information from the cell phone belonging to Ms. Kelly was retrieved, and he only received the data information which had been stored in his absentia.
Manje mina uKenneth wayengeke akwazi ukuqinisekisa idata ekuthiwa idata evela kumakhala ekhukhwini kaKelly nokuthi abone ukuthi kwakukhona le call eya ucingo lwashayelwa noma ulwashwa umsola wesihlanu bexhumana noKelly ngoba wayengekho Lieutenant uKolonel Stein ngesikhathi ukhishwa ke le data le ikhishwa ku le cell phone ekuthiwa kaKelly.
My lord, I disagree. So perhaps one very quickly needs to look as to how download is done, because the download, my lord, is the mirror image of the cell phone.
Yes.
Ngiyaphikisa ke lo ngoba kufanele usibheke ukuthi ama download enziwa kanjani ngoba i-download ikhombisa ukuthi kunjengesibuko saloku okungaphakathi kumakhala ekhukhwini.
Secondly, when you authenticate, my lord, you look at the information, the data that you have in relation to what was downloaded by the police. They expect to have those expertise, my lord, because the data will indicate insofar as the email number of the downloads that were done on the phone, which will be read insofar as my experience tells me, my lord, which will be read to the cell phone data section 205, which will indicate the cell phone number and the email number of that gadget. So through their expertise, my lord, they will be able to say this data, it's indeed coming from the storage data of the ACPS and subsequently confirmed by the service providers if it's cell phone records, my lord.
Manje-ke indlela okwenziwa ngayo ukuthi ke ithi uma i-downloadwa i-information isuka lapha kumakhala ekhukhwini ihamba nalesi sitembu esishoyo ukuthi lo makhala ekhukhwini okukhishwa kuwona yilo onale IMEI number. Okusho ukuthi nanoma engeke kumakhala ekhukhwini kodwa uma kukhona imakhala inamba ye-IMEI number iyakhombisa ukuthi yileyo cell phone angeke kube nenye cell phone ne-IMEI number kusho ukuthi yona kuphela engathiwa leyo data ingabe iphume kuleyo phone.
Secondly, my lord, sorry, I'm not done, advocate.
Let me just say, follow you.
Let's finish, please. Just say something.
Secondly, my lord, in that process of authenticating, what we have, because this is what I gave to Colonel Stein, is that you have the seizure documents of which was completed by Colonel Nettling when he takes the phone. So in other words, he seized the phones, put them in a forensic bag, and each phone that is seized, the chain is there. So he completes each phone, put it in the forensic bag before it gets to the downloader, and then it is processed accordingly up to the ACP-13.
Manje-ke okunye-ke ukuthi ke uKolonel Nettling okuyena-ke owakhipha lama document wenza le download wayephethe owathatha labo makhala ekhukhwini wayenaloko okuthiwa i-seizure document kusho ukuthi incwadi lena-ke emugunyazayo ukuthi angabathatha labo makhala ekhukhwini okusho ukuthi inombolo zabo bonke labo makhala ekhukhwini zazikhona lapho ukukhombisa ukuthi labo makhala ekhukhwini kokuyibona ngempela.
Now, my lord, after they were booked at the ACP-13 by him, where you can see the forensic bag numbers, that is a chain. Then the analyst, this is now at the time, Captain Mushwana, then books them out, who did the actual downloading, the mirror image of those phones. That is a chain that is available and what we've disclosed to the defense as well.
Singakwazi ukuthola futhi ngoba la ku SAP-13 kuyabhalwa ukuthi labo makhala ekhukhwini laba abafakiwe kokuyibaphi labo makhala ekhukhwini umshwana ke uma sezobakhipha ehamba ewenza ama-download kuyasho ukuthi ilabo makhala ekhukhwini abanalezi nomba laba abakhishwayo okugcina kuyisiqinisekiso sokuthi ngempela yibona owa-downloadwa kubona.
So, Colonel, do we have a chain statement of a person who downloaded, who confirmed the download that was done from the devices into the disk that you received?
Manje sinasini statement sokulandelelisa ukuthi ibaphi lamakhulukhukhwini bathathwa bayiswaphi bayiswaphi.
These are exhibits before court. I don't know why this witness is being asked about that. Those documents serve as exhibits before this court.
Let's move on. Then you said, do you remember the name of the person who confirmed that the downloads had been downloaded from the original cell phones? The name, just the name of the officer.
Igama lalomuntu owaqinisekisa ukuthi ama-download la enziwa kumakhalekhukhwini.
No, my lord, I think that was the exercise that was done by Kenneth Stein, so he can best deal with that part, my lord.
Ngicabanga ukuthi lokho kwenziwa uKenneth Stein uyena engeza zochaza lokho.
Okay. Let's move on to the Section 205 records now. You've just confirmed that you cannot recall if they were in a PDF or in a Word format.
Sakhumbula
Is that
ukuthi
correct?
masikhuluma ngama-section 205 uthe awusakhumbula ukuthi babe u-Word noma be-PDF.
No, my lord, it's not what I've said. I've said I did not check them because I don't have expertise.
Cha ngizange ngikusho lokho engishilo ukuthi angizange ngihlole noma ukuhlaziya ngoba anginabo angiyena uchwepheshe.
So in other words, you cannot confirm that.
Ngisho ukuthi
Because you
ngalo
did
awukwazi
not.
ukuqinisekisa.
You did not know.
I did not check them, my lord. So it's different from not recalling what you saw to say I've checked and I don't recall the status of the. I did not check them at all. I simply did not have the expertise. That's what I said, my lord.
Engishilo ukuthi angizange ngihlole kwanhlobo. Khona umehluko phakathi ukuthi angibonanga nokuthi angizange ngihlole. Cha angizange ngihlole kwanhlobo ngoba ngishilo ukuthi angiyena uchwepheshe.
Okay. You furthermore mentioned that Kenneth Stein reported to you that you received information that there were calls made between the two numbers, one number belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo and one number belonging to accused number 5.
Yes,
Am I
I do
correct?
recall. No, you're absolutely correct, advocate. That's correct, my lord.
But yebo iqiniso ukuthi wachaza Kenneth Stein ukuthi khona kwaba khona ukuxhumana phakathi kwenamba kaKelly nengamsolo sihlanu.
Did he tell you the date?
Yeah.
Watshela ukuthi nini?
Yes, I recall the date of the 2nd of August 2014 and the 15th of October 2015. But it is also, my lord, I think contained in his statements, my lord.
Yebo ngikhumbula ilanga likamhla 2 August 2015 nelanga mhla 15 October 2015.
Did he tell you what type of the transaction was made? Was it a call? Was it a message? Or was it, what type of the transaction was it?
Wachazela ukuthi kwakwenzekani ke kwakuwucingo uhlobo yocingo lwaphuma kwakuwukuthumela nje umlayezo noma kwakuwukuthi ukuxhumana ngocingo.
Or what type of communication, if we refer to it as communication?
Noma kwakuyinhlobo ke ukuthintana njengoba uthi kwakuthintana.
My recollection, my lord, he said it was a call that was made using data or internet, but it was a call. It was a communication from one cell phone to another. Not message, it's a call. It was a call. That's how we table it. But using internet or data, that's my recollection.
Wathi mina kwakuwucingo olwalusebenzisa i-internet kwakungeyona umlayezo awuthunyelwa kwawucingo olwalusebenzisa i-internet.
Oh, okay. So it was a message, it was not a call.
Kwakuyi-message kwakungeyona ucingo.
No, he said it's a call, my lord, but
Oh, okay.
using data,
Oh.
not a normal call, not a call in an open platform, like one call to another. So data was used, and that was discovered insofar as I recall, my lord, in the downloads, as I've said, of Ms. Kelly's Kumalo's phone. So it was a call, but data or internet usage was used to make that call, my lord, from between the two devices, my lord.
Uthi ke kwakuwucingo olwalusebenzisa i-internet okusho ukuthi kwangelona lolu hlobo locingo lokuthi umuntu ashaye ifoni nje ebese yaqinga kusho ukuthi yilolu cingo lolu olusebenzisa i-internet phakathi kwefoni kaKelly nengamsolo sihlanu.
So you're saying it was either a call via internet or data?
Uthi kwakuyi-call eyayisebenzisa i-internet noma i-data.
That's my recollection, my lord.
Yilo ke ngikhumbulayo.
Okay, can I just refer you to exhibit J1?
Cela sekwe-exhibit J1.
On page 10 of Exhibit Triple J1,
Castle, show me.
it's called Data. Information received from the service provider. It's called Data Information.
Well, I'm waiting for the exhibit, my lord, but,
No,
but
they will give it to you. Let's wait.
okay.
Let's
But,
wait.
but I can say, my lord, while I'm waiting for the exhibit, that's not how I understood Kenneth Stein to be explaining to me. Downloads will not reflect in the normal call data because downloads are coming from the actual device. Service providers does not have access. When you do the section 205, they see what is open. They can perhaps see the usage of data, but they will not be able to see calls that are made. For example, in these recent times, WhatsApp calls, you will not pick them up to today. They can only perhaps see insofar as the usage of data. My understanding of Colonel Stein's report to me is that he was able to pick up this call from the downloads of Ms. Kelly Kumalo, which the civil provider will not have, my lord.
Into lengizwisisa ngayo ukuthi ke kukhona uhlobo lezingcingo olungeke lwabona ama-service provider olunjengocingo oluhamba nge-internet abeseyingcingweni angeke babone ukuthi nanti ucingo luphuma kodwa ke lo owenza i-download uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi nasi i-data iyasetshenziswa ngale ndlela yokuthi kwenziwe ucingo ngalelo langa.
Was it a WhatsApp call?
My lord, that's not what I've said. So I made an example of the WhatsApp call in terms of the recent times to say even today, if you have to establish or identify a WhatsApp call, you'll have to get a device because you cannot get it from Vodacom. You cannot apply to any service providers for section 205s, and then in those 205s, we are able to identify calls. No way. You'll only identify real-time call in an open thing, in an open platform. Data calls or internet calls, they are sort of like covert, my lord. So I'm not sure what is the right terminology that was used back in 2014, but my understanding of the report that I received from Colonel Stein, it was that data or internet was used to make this call that he identified in the downloads of Ms. Kelly Kumalo, not the service provider. So if you look at the service provider, you will get a conflicting report. You need to look at the service data, the downloads data that Kenneth Stein referred to.
Engakuthola ku-Kenneth Stein ukuthi wakwazi yena ngoba wenze ama-download ukuthi abone ukuthi kwakhona i-call noma ucingo olwalenziwa lusebenzisa i-data noma i-internet. Ngoba abakwa-service provider abakwazi ukuzibona lezi ngcingo ezihamba nge-data. Okusho ukuthi-ke nanoma-ke sithola umbiko ovela kubona laba abaphatha ingcingo abakwazi ukuthi bona basitshela ukuthi kwaba nale call kodwa owenza ama-download uyakwazi ukubona ukuthi kwaba nalolu cingo uma kuwukuthi losebenzisa i-data noma i-internet.
Thank you, Brigadier, for the clarity that you cannot really tell what type of the call was it back then in 2014 when the incident took place, because nowadays it's WhatsApp call, but you cannot tell what type of the call was it at that time in 2014.
Ngeke ukwazi usho ukuthi kwakusho inhlobo yocingo eyayiphuma ngaleso sikhathi ngo-2014 kwathiwa kulamalanga sesibiza ngokuthi-ke i-WhatsApp call kodwa-ke lokho le sikhuluma awazi ukuthi kwakuinhlobo ye-call.
Yes, my lord, because I don't have the expertise, as I've said, so I will not be able to indicate what type of a call, except to say the report says data or internet. That is insofar as what I was told and saw on the statement.
Anginabo ubuchwepheshe bokuthi ngingasho engikwaziyo nje ukuthi esikubonayo lapho kuyasho ukuthi i-call eyayenziwa i-data esebenzisa i-data imidlu.
Can I ask that the witness be given Exhibit Triple J1? I will ask you to just place on record the entry of 2 dates only in that exhibit.
So this is a statement. What paragraph am I looking at, my lord?
No,
It's a statement from Vodacom, so I'm not
just wait a bit, we are still sorting the exhibit with the state.
Okay.
Colonel, can you read there from the computer, or should I borrow you my exhibit?
The entire page?
No,
Or
no,
should I
we're
focus
just
on
reading
certain-
one entry, yes. Or should I give you this hard copy?
Please, yes, I think it
Hardcore.
will help, yeah. Then we can just go straight to it.
Do you have the copy, Kenneth?
I do, but it's not highlighted, so
It's
I'm
not
still-
highlighted, okay,
Yes.
let's
yes,
exchange. For the 15th of October. I've highlighted it now, can you see?
Yes, I can see it, my lord.
It's page number, the second page I'm looking for, it's page number 1646 of 4649. Reflecting the entry for 15 October 2014. Brigadier?
Yes, my lord, I'm listening.
I will ask you to read on the highlighted block. That block is for the data record, call data record from the cell phone for the date 2nd of August 2014 at 2200, 40 minutes and 47 seconds. You see that portion?
I do see
That
it, my
block?
lord.
Yes, yes. The first number on the MSISDN is the number of the person who received the call. You see that first number on the first block?
I do see it, my lord.
Yes. Can you read that number into the record?
It's 278270444358, my lord.
Okay.
Number ke sanda kufunda inamba yelolu cingo olwamukela kusho ukuthi olwamukela ucingo olushaya.
And the date in which that call was made under call data?
It's 2 August 2014, 2240, 47 seconds, my lord.
Okay.
Ka 2 August 2014
And the other party number?
manje ke inamba ke laba abanye ababexhumana nabo
It's 278345713330.
kusho ukuthi nenye inamba kwaku 0834571330.
And the cell name, do you see the cell name?
It's 3G Kimberley MWCEN, my lord.
Okay.
Manje ke kusho ukuthi ke umbhoshongo ababesebenzisa ko 3 Kimberley MDC.
So it means the number belonging to Ms. Kumalo 0827044368 received a call on the 2nd of August 2014 at 2200 hours 40 minutes 47 seconds from the number 08345713330, and the cell name was 3G Kimberly NWC, and Ms. Kelly Kumalo, when he received this number at this point in time, he did not receive it from the number belonging to the accused number 5, which is 0733-059202. Do you see that?
Yabona ukuthi lama ucingo alathola uKelly Khumalo ngomhla 2 August 2014 isikhathi 22:40 akulona oluvela kumakhalekhukhwini kaMsolo Sihlangu.
Then we said this ad nauseum that you can't compare apples and pears, and that's what counsel with respect is doing. Witnesses said that what Stein did was to look at the downloads, which Vodacom did not have access to, so you cannot compare the call data of Vodacom and the downloads. You're comparing two different things.
But Stein was supposed to be
Expert.
an expert. Stein.
Yes.
Didn't he give evidence in this court?
Yes, and that's what he testified.
On the same aspect.
Yes.
Now this gentleman keeps saying, I'm not an expert, not an expert. I got a report from Stein. So this court must evaluate the evidence. What should it do with an expert
Yes.
and a non-expert?
Yeah. Well, Stein's evidence is on record in this regard, and Ms. Fathiligem, to a certain extent, also elaborated on that.
Okay.
Shall I proceed, my lord?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Let's continue, Kenneth. I've just confirmed with you the information contained in Exhibit J1 from the Vodacom service provider, that it contains a different number to that of accused number 5 as the number that called the cell phone belonging to Ms. Khumalo on the 2nd of August 2014 at 2200 hours, 40 minutes, 47 seconds. We'll come to the explanations later.
Ungasinika ke uncazelo ukuthi yini indaba ke bonakala ukuthi le number kaKelly Khumalo ayizange ithole ucingo lwaluvela ucingo kumakhalekhukhwini kaMsolo Sihlangu.
My lord, I see this document, but that's not the report I got from Colonel Stein. The report I got from Colonel Stein is that the call, insofar as the link between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused 5 is contained in the cell phone downloadings, not the section 205. That's the inference I got. So in other words, and that's why I said just a few minutes ago that if you look at the section 205, you will have a conflicting report. You need to look at the downloads themselves, and because that's what Colonel Stein told me, and I think that is included in his affidavit, my lord.
Bengizama ukuchaza la nangaphambili ukuthi lo mbiko lo esubhekile manje umbiko ovela kuma cell phone providers abathola ke izingcingo ngoba uKenneth Stein ungichazelile ukuthi lolu cingo luvela kuma download hayi ku section 205.
That's the best explanation. Thank you, Kenneth. I wanted. I was looking for that answer. Let's proceed to the second page. Actually, it's
Well,
not the
I do not
second
have the
page.
second page, my lord.
For the 15th October 2014 at 1700 hours, 33 minutes, 57 seconds. Can you see that one?
Yes, I see that, my
You
lord.
can see that one?
Yes, I can.
Okay. It's block number 9. And also we'll do the same exercise on the first block. You see the number there, 0827044-358. It's the number belonging to Ms. Kelly Khumalo. Do you see?
I do see that, my lord.
Yes.
Ngiyabona le number kaKelly Khumalo.
And the date of this call data information?
It's 15 October 2014 at 17:33:57 seconds.
Hayi ngiyabona ukuthi umhla ka 15 October 2014 what's the time? 17.
33:57 seconds.
Isikhathi 17:33 and 57 seconds.
And the other party number?
It's 277143795661, my lord. No, 9551, my apologies. So it's 9551.
The eNCA number 0714379551.
And the cell name?
It's 2G Avidale Farm. It's LIM2.
Umfosho ngoba usenzisa 2G Abidel Farm.
Okay. Colonel, do you see that everything is the same in that block? The cell number of the person who received the call data is the same, especially the time, 17:33:57, but the other party number is different than that one of accused number 5, and this one is 0714379551. Do you see that?
Yabona ukuthi konke kuyafana kodwa ke okushukayo nje lapha ile number eyamukela le eyayiqhumana nale phone le.
And the cell name is the same.
Well, we're going to raise the same objection, and we're not going to rehash it in respect of this call as well. And in addition, Colonel Stein mentioned that with the downloads you add 2 hours. This has been covered by Colonel Stein in his affidavit, and evidence that these calls were contained in the downloads and not in the Section 2 files.
Yes, do you see that, Colonel?
Yes, I can see it, my lord, but like I said, the report I received from Colonel Stein is that the number that links accused 5 to Ms. Kumalo is contained in the downloads, not the Section 205.
Yebo ngiyabona lo mbiko kodwa ke umbiko ngothola ku Canestay ukuthi le number eqhuma umhlolo wesihlanu ikuma download hayi kulombi.
I understand, Colonel, and I do appreciate your answer, but I wanted you to read for the record to show this exhibit J1, wherein it shows that the number for the other party who made a call to Ms. Kelly Kumalo on these 2 dates, actually it was from different numbers and not that of accused number 5.
Bengicela ukuthi uphinde ubheke lapha uqinisekise ukuthi ke uyabona yini ukuthi le number eyayifonela uKelly Coleman akuyona le number ekamsolo wesihlanu.
My lord, we are reading a wrong document. I'm saying the report I got from Colonel Stein is that the calls will be on the downloads of Ms. Kelly Kumalo cell phone. And that is where you will find, insofar as the report he gave me and the statement, and he said that is where you will find the link of the cell phone number belonging to accused number 5 and Ms. Kelly Kumalo, insofar as the communication of these 2 dates of the 2nd of August 2014 and 15 October 2014. That is how I understood him, and that is how my recollection says in his statement, my lord.
Umbiko sobhekile kuona lo mbiko ongasiza ngoba lo engithole ku Canestay ukuthi ke le number le ebonakalayo kamsolo wesihlanu izotholakala kuphela kuma download kungewona lo mbiko lo ovela kuma cell phone provider.
So in other words, Colonel, you are saying the downloads for Colonel Stein contains different information to this one of the service provider.
Okusho ukuthi ke okuvela lapha ku empikweni ka Canestay kuyahlula lokho ukuvela ku lokho section 205.
My lord, perhaps, so it's not downloads. This is cell phone data on the open account. So this document and Colonel Stein's document, 2 different things. This is section 205s, so there's no comparison. It's not similar documents. It's not downloads from Vodacom compared to downloads of Colonel Stein. This is normal data on an open platform from Vodacom. Colonel Stein is a different product that comes from the device itself.
Ngizama ukusho ukuthi lana lembiko lena ayifani lo mbiko ovela ka-Vodacom nombiko we-download akufani lana kuvela nje ingcingo eziphumile nezangena kushawa ucingo kanti lapha kulo mbiko lo ka-Kenneth wama-download kuvela nje kuphela lokho okugcinwe kuma-download.
Thank you, Colonel. Let's move on. The accused will tell this court, Colonel, that he denies that he ever made any call to Ms. Kelly Kumalo's number 082 7044358 using his number 0733059202 on the 2nd of August 2014.
Umsolostan uthi yana uzophika ukuthi washayela inamba kaKelly Khumalo 082-7044358 esebenzisa inamba yakhe egcina ngo-9302 ngomhla ka-2 August 2014.
As it is confirmed by Exhibit JJI.
Ngoba ke leyo kuqinisekiswa ilot mbukiso u-J1.
My Lord, the report I got from Colonel Stein differs with that. That's the first part.
Umbiko engawuthola ku-Colonel Stein uyehluka.
It confirms that there was a call made through data as I've said, and linking the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo's cell phone and that of accused number 5, my Lord.
Uthi yena ke wawukhona ucingo lalishawa ngedata luxhuma ke umakhalekhukhwini kaKelly Khumalo nokaMshola wesihlanu.
But the service provider does not have that record.
Secondly, my Lord, the exhibit we are looking at is not the exhibit of the downloads. That's why I said, my Lord, you need to look at the downloads themselves because it contains the movement. It contains SMSs insofar as what Kenny took me through, SMSs and calls. So we are looking at the wrong document, trying to find that call. The call is contained in the downloads of Ms. Kelly Khumalo.
Manje ke lana ke umbiko esubhekile akuwona lo mbiko ebesifanele subheke ngoba lokho kutholakala kuma-downloads la khombisa khona ukuthi yini eyayisebenzisa idatha okutholakala kuphela kuma-download.
So
Secondly, the accused will deny that he made any call on the 15th of October 2014 at 17 hours 33 minutes 57 seconds to the number of Ms. Kelly Khumalo 082-7044358 using his number 0733059202 as it is confirmed in Exhibit JJI of the service provider that the call at that point in time was made from a different number than that one belonging to accused number 5.
Usophika futhi umsola ukuthi yena washayela inamba kaKelly Khumalo esebenzisa ifoni yakhe egcina ngo-9302.
my Lord, the report of Colonel Stein says there was a call made on the 15th of August 2014, linking accused 5 to Ms. Kelly Khumalo. And secondly, as I've said, my Lord, we are looking at the wrong document trying to find that call. I was informed in terms of the report that the data, this call, you will find in the downloads of Ms. Kelly Khumalo, not the service provider's data or records, my Lord.
Angeke litholakale lolu cingo lolu lwashawa ngalelo langa lishayelwa liqhumanisa umhlolo wesihlanu noKelly Khumalo ngoba lokho esibhekile lana akunayo lo mbiko esubhekile awunalo lolu cingo lutholakala kuphela kuma-download.
Thirdly, Colonel, accused number 5 will tell this court that at no stage in his life and during the period of 2014, he ever communicated or called Ms. Kelly Khumalo.
Umsolo wesihlanu uzothi yena akakaze empilweni yakhe nangaso lesi sikhathi lesikhulunywa ngaso akakaze athintane noKelly Khumalo.
But my Lord, the statement of Colonel Stein says it did, insofar as the device is concerned, and that device...
Umbiko Colonel Stein uyachaza ukuthi yebo waba khona lo uxhumana.
And that number is linked to accused number 5, my Lord.
Ukuthi le number le ayisetshenziswa kuyabonakala ukuthi kwakuyinamba ekamsola wesihlanu.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. Let's move on, Kenneth. Then my next question to you is that now after receiving the information about the call that was made from Ms. Kumalo's number, did you ask Ms. Kelly Kumalo about this call that she received? If he knows accused number 5.
Manje wambuza yini ukhweli Khumalo ngalolu cingo alwamkela nokuthi uyamazi umsolo wesihlanu.
Now, Ms. Kelly Kumalo is a witness. We have received information that here there is a call that this witness received from this person. Did you then verify from Ms. Kelly Kumalo about this call?
Manje wayini wayoqinisekisa ukhweli Khumalo ukuthi wayithola yini lolu cingo ngoba ngithi phela usutholile ulwazi olukutshela ukuthi ukhweli Khumalo kwaba nokuxhumana phakathi kwakhe nalolu cingo lomsolo wesihlanu.
My Lord, I think I dealt with this part, that Ms. Kelly Kumalo was then a person of interest. The moment her name was mentioned as a trigger point, that's how she was viewed, and the investigation which resulted in this was as a result of the confession that were made by accused number 1, subsequent accused number 2, and a number of things were discovered. So she wasn't a witness. We're looking at her as a person of interest, as a trigger point that led to the death of the deceased in this matter, my Lord.
Manje njengoba sengichazi uSekheli Khumalo bathi mase kubonakala ukuthi ngabe kukhona kwaba khona ukuxhumana okuthizo kwaba khona uKheli Khumalo waqala ke singasambheki njengomuntu ongaba ufakazi sesimbheka njengomuntu ebesingafanele simbeke iso yikho nje bese ngichazile njengoba sengichazile ukuthi asikwazanga ukuthi simbize ngaleyo ndlela.
Okay, so the answer is no if I get it from your explanation, Kenneth. The answer is no.
Impendulo yakho ithi cha uzange uye uKheli Khumalo uyombuza ngalolu cingo.
Yes, because we're not viewing her as a witness, as has been put to me, my Lord.
Yebo ngoba besingambheki njengomuntu ongaba ufakazi.
Okay. Kenneth, can you just school me here? I need to understand this terminology, person of interest in law. Maybe I've missed it in my experience. The person of interest.
Ngicela usitshele ngalokhu ukuthi makuthiwa nje person of interest ngesingisi kusuke kuchaza ukuthini.
I want to understand the status, whether is a suspect or is a future accused. Future accused will be the suspect, or is an assailant, or it's a victim, or it's a complainant, or it's a witness. You have already said that you did not see him as a witness. Then can you assist me then so that I can also be able to understand the status of Ms. Kelly Khumalo in regards to these calls?
Ngiyosichazela ukuthi uhlobo lika lomuntu onjengoKheli Khumalo ulibona lunjani njengoba ubusumbiza uthi ngesingisi person of interest ukuthi awusitshele ukuthi ufakazi noma umuntu othintekayo noma uyini.
My Lord, she was a suspect in simple
Suspect.
terms
Oh,
because
thank
there
you.
were assertions or allegations labeled against her, and then subsequent to that, in corroborating the confessions of both accused 1 and 2, things were cropping up that were creating a picture that actually implicates or correlates or corroborate what is being said in the confessions of both accused 1 and 2.
Hayi ngakubeka nje kafishane ukuthi ke uyasoleka ngoba kukhona okwavela lapho ke umsolo uqala nosibili bamkela icala walo kwagcina kuveze isithombe sokuthi ke kukhona izinkomba ezithi naye kukhona okumxhumayo kunaleli cala.
Thank you, Kenneth, so that I will also be able to follow the proceedings properly. Now that we are of the same view that Ms. Kelly Khumalo was or is a suspect in this matter, did you then ask Kelly Khumalo about the circumstances under which she received the call from accused number 5? What was being discussed? If I say the circumstances, it includes the commission of the offense, can it?
njengoba usuchazile ukuthi uKelly Khumalo uyasoleka wayehamba yena wayembuza ukuthi kanti yini yayikhulunywa kulolu cingo.
My Lord, I think I dealt with this part to say, firstly, the answer to the question is very specific. It's no.
No,
And
thank
I
you.
indicated that it was a prosecutorial-driven investigation. Decision was taken that it should not be approached at the time. I dealt with this part even further to when I applied for the warrant of arrest for her, my Lord. So I dealt with this aspect. With greatest respect to Advocate Msholo, if she forgot.
Bese ngikhulumile ke ngaphambilini ngalokho ngoba njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi uphenyo lethu lwaluholwa umshushisi okusho ukuthi kwathathwa isinqumo sokuthi ke singayi kuyena ngoba nanoma sengifise ukufaka isicelo sokuthi ke ayoboshwa kodwa ke leso sicelo leso kwathiwa asihoqiswa.
So the NPA prevented you from doing further investigations on these transactions.
With the greatest of respect, I don't think there's a type of proposition that can be made from to this witness.
My Lord, that's how I understood that the witness said it was a prosecutorial-driven investigations wherein he was advised not to approach or to pursue the suspect, which is Ms. Kelly. If I understood it, maybe I did not understand when you say the state, the prosecutorial.
My Lord, Counsel should know that the DPP exercises a discretion in a constitutional, within the confines of the Constitution. There's no such thing as preventing anyone from doing anything. The DPP exercises his discretion, his powers within the confines of the Constitution. We therefore submit, my Lord, that that is not a type of proposition that can be put to a witness.
My Lord, I'm also aware of those powers for the DPP. I've also been a state advocate for 24 years.
Why do you differ?
My
State
Lord-
advocates, why do two state advocates differ? And
The powers of the NPA?
yeah, and then you are differing.
Yes, my Lord.
So I don't know what law you both read.
My Lord, the
Because
witness,
it has got to be similar if it's law.
my Lord, the witness referred to the prosecutorial. The witness, that word came from the witness, my Lord. And then I took it to say, in the umbrella of the prosecutorial, to say it's the state, my Lord, and not SAPS. I can rephrase that, my Lord.
This witness is a police officer. He doesn't have powers to charge anybody. That's how I learned my law
Correct,
about 50 years ago.
Yes, my Lord, which is good. It's
Yeah.
good what he did. He listened to NPA. That's why I'm asking, is it the NPA that prevented you from doing anything, from making the follow-ups on the transaction, this transaction that I'm dealing with, my Lord? Making the follow-up with the person who had been identified, my Lord, as the suspect, to find out the circumstances
Yes,
or
sir.
any information as the investigating officer. And the witness says, no, he was prevented by NPA.
No, but that's not correct, my Lord. I didn't say that.
And just to add, the witness said there is an ongoing investigation against Ms. Kelly Khumalo. I don't know where the word,
I didn't hear the word
where
prevented.
counsel gets
I thought Ms.
the impression that
Brigadier
the witness was
Gimanda said
prevented.
that he was advised
Yes.
not to approach
Yes,
Ms. Kelly at
Yes.
that time.
At
yes.
that stage, my Lord, but
That's
not
something-
to stop the investigation. At no stage the MPA said investigation insofar as Ms. Kelly Khumalo should not be conducted. In fact, on the contrary, that directive was given that we should investigate further and collect more evidence. That is why, my Lord, I said then subsequently in November 2020, I then made a submission of further instructions or evidence that we collected. That was based on instruction from the NPA to say, collect more evidence and present it. So there was no instruction from NPA to say Ms. Kelly Khumalo must not be pursued or investigated, my Lord.
So, my Lord, that's the reason why I used the word prevented, because the witness said he was advised not to proceed to do further investigations on this person.
No, that's not what I said, my Lord.
Oh, okay.
That's not what I said.
Let's leave it. Can we move forward? It's there on record.
Yes, but that's not what I said, my lord.
Okay. If you're advised not to approach this person, you were advised, you were prevented from approaching this person.
No, no, my lord. There's a different, preventing is blocking someone. But when you are guided by prosecution to say, at this stage, do not approach this person, conduct further investigation, that's not prevention. You are given instruction to collect more evidence insofar as the suspect that you are pursuing. That is how it happened. I was not told, do not pursue this person. That's not correct. That's why we
Can I
define that.
proceed with
regard.
the last
Angizange
question?
nginqatshelwe ukuthi ngiqhubeke nophenyo. Into engayitshelana ukuthi ngingayi kuyena kodwa ke engakwazi ukwenza ukuthi ngiqhubeke nophenyo kodwa ke yena ngingamthinti okwamanje.
Can I proceed with one last question, my lord, before we adjourn?
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. Kenan, is it also correct that because of the circumstances that we have just testified about now or recently, you did not verify from Ms. Kelly Kumalo if these calls, the two calls that we are talking about, were eventually made by Mr. Ntuli or by someone else using the number for Mr. Ntuli?
So zange ngiqinisekisa ukukheli khumalo ukuthi lama call lezingcingo zenziwa uNtuli noma omunye umuntu.
My lord, I did not talk to Ms. Kelly Kumalo, but I'm sitting with expert statement that says calls were made. I'm not sure whether I was expected now to get Ms. Kelly Kumalo to say, no, I did not make this call. I was sitting with an expert who gave me a report that these calls were made. Subsequent to that, he made an affidavit. How could I doubt that? I'm not so sure where else do I need now to go and verify with someone who does not have an expertise. There's an expert, he says calls were made. He gives me the downloads. I'm not so sure, my lord, what will be the relevance of me contacting even accused number 5 insofar as those calls are concerned. There was an expert who gave me the report and he made an affidavit to that regard.
Cha angizange ngiye kukheli khumalo ngoba into eyayikhona ukuthi nganginochwepheshe la owangitshela ukuthi lezi ngcingo zenziwe and futhi kwakune affidavit ayebhalile echaza lokho manje mina ngingenaso isizathu sokuthi ngingangabaza lokho ayingitshela kona ukuthi lezi ngcingo zenziwe.
So the answer is no to my question.
It is no, because I had an expert, my lord. In other words, I did not doubt my expert.
Thank
The
you.
expertise of Colonel Stein speaks for himself. So I had no doubt that what he's telling me is proper and correct, my lord.
Cha angizange ngikwenze lokho ngoba nganginombiko ovela kuchwepheshe wami and futhi ngangingenaso isizathu sokuthi ngingabaze umbiko ovela kuchwepheshe.
Thank you, Brigadier. My lord, the time is 11:28. Can I ask that we take a short adjournment?
Okay. Yeah. 15 minutes.
on the 26th October at 5:28 p.m. plus 2 hours. It is an 0728 then. There is, like I also already mentioned, of his being clothing and the dreadlocks. We are done with this one. Okay? Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Okay. Then there was a question from the court. Can you go up, Doctor? Thank you, Doc. Then the court question arose which says, I'm sorry, you just mentioned the 2 hours. I will tell you why. I'm with you because I'm following the evidence. You said, for instance, is that 5:28 p.m., right? It is when you were referring to the photo that was taken. That's the time for the photo that was taken for photo number 17, where there is accused number 3 and accused number 5.
I'm following, my lord.
Kenneth Stein responded to say, that is correct, 5:28. The court, now that is a download. Mr. Stein, that is the download, yes. Then you add 2 hours on top of that. That is correct? Then tell us, by the court, then tell us so that we all understand. Mr. Stein is now telling. Then it is going to be 1928 if you add the 2 hours according to Stein.
I'm listening, my lord.
That is it. So it is 7 o'clock because never 5 o'clock is, it's inaudible. So you can say 19. That is correct, 19:28 seconds. In other words, 7:30, yes.
I'm following, my lord.
So my line of question is on the version that I had put to you to say that picture was taken from the cell phone belonging to accused number 3. And at the time when that picture was taken, they were at George Koch. And in particular, what I was placing on record is that at that time when the picture was taken, they were at George Koch.
Engifuna ukugcizelela ukuthi lesi sithombe sathathwa umakhalekhukhwini kaMsolwa wesithathu, and futhi nokuthi ngalesi sikhathi sithathwa lesi sithombe babe seGeorge Koch.
Okay.
My lord,
Then-
oh,
okay.
sorry, I thought you were done, advocate.
Yes. And then what I'm putting to you is that this is confirmed by the evidence of Kenneth Stein that that picture was taken at that point in time, which is reflected in that photo album. Which
Lokhu
is-
futhi kusekela ubufakazi bukaKenneth Stein ukuthi lesi sithombe sathathwa ngalesi sikhathi esivelayo.
Which is 1728.
Isikhathi u-1728.
But also if you go into the evidence of Stains, which is the time that adds 2 hours, it takes us to 1928.
Kuthi-ke uma ukuthi sinezezela la mahora amabili esilisa lapha ku-1928.
So the accused version is that at that time, he was not at Basotho Hostel, he was not at the crime scene, but he was at George Koch.
Umsolwa uthi ngalesi sikhathi wayengekho eBasotho Hostel, wayengekho endaweni yobugebengu, wayeseGeorge Koch.
Whether you take it 1528 according to the device of accused number 3, or whether you take it according to the downloads, which takes us to 1728, it's still also the time when they were at George Koch and not in Basotho Hostel and not in the crime scene.
Kuthi-ke nanoma uthatha lezi zikhathi ezivelayo 1728 noma uthatha isikhathi sika-1928, ngazo zombili lezi zikhathi wayeseGeorge Koch.
So, my lord, firstly, I think the record speaks for itself, so I will not get into it. It's very clear what Kenneth Stein is saying. Should I cross?
Umbiko uyazichaza, angeke-ke futhi ngigxile kulokhu washo uKenneth Stein.
What is important, my lord, is that the commission of the offense, as I've indicated, is between 20:30 and 9 o'clock. So in other words, it's more than an hour after this time. If we take now 1928, it doesn't mean that at 1928, if we add 2 hours, that was the time the commission of the offense was taking place. So those are two different times. There's a gap of almost an hour, more than an hour, my lord.
Futhi ke leli cala lenziwa ngekhathi eziphakathi kuka-2030 no-21 hours. Okusho ukuthi kwase kudlule isikhathi esingalingana nehora emva kwalezi khathi ezivelayo.
And the evidence in the docket indicates that he was indeed at Basutino Hostel based on the statements that are referred to, my lord, where they had a meeting with the other accused. Thereafter, they left. We have the statements. When they came back, my lord, I indicated that that's when accused number 1 made an announcement that accused the deceased in this matter have the head, that he has passed on. Subsequent to that, we then have the evidence which is contained in Exhibit HH and JJ, where it is said monies were paid to the accused and the balance of 30,000 was paid by accused number 5 to accused number 2 for the killing of the deceased in this matter, my lord.
And futhi ke kuyavela lapha ukuthi washo umsola wokuqala sebehlanganele ukuthi umufi usho ukuthi useshonile. And futhi ke kuyavela nokuthi khona nezimali ezakhokhwa and futhi ke nokuthi ke umsola uqala wakhipha imali eyayibalance eyakumsola wesibili eyayikhokhelwa ke lokubulala.
My lord, I see accused number 5 hand is up. Can I just have a word? Thank you. Thank you, my lord, for the court indulgence, my lord. Thank you. Colonel, can I just pause in that aspect? We're gonna continue after long adjournment in that area. Can I just quickly do these two versions? Brigadier, is there any evidence of the transactions which were made between the cell phone number belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused number 5 on the 26th of October 2014?
Kukhona yini okubonakalayo kwenziwa phakathi kwe-cell phone kamsola wesihlanu no-KK ngomhla 26 October 2014?
Yes, the evidence of Colonel Stein, my lord.
Yebo, ubufakazi buka-Colonel Stein buyasho lokho.
26 October 2014.
Or 26 October.
Yes.
My apologies, I misunderstood.
26 October 2014.
No, I don't think we have a call or communication between Ms. Kelly Kumalo and accused number 5 on the date of the incident, my lord. I misunderstood, my apologies.
Bengezwanga kahle kodwa angibona ukuthi khona esakuthola ngokuthi kwakukhona ukuthintana phakathi Kelly Kumalo nomsolo wesihlanu ngalolo suku.
Was there also any communication or transactions between Ms. Kelly Kumalo's number and accused number 5 after the incident?
Khona yini ukuthintana phakathi komsolo wesihlanu noKelly Kumalo emumva kwesigameko?
Not the report. I don't have that report, my lord.
Anginawo lowo mbiko.
Thank you. My lord, can I ask that we take an adjournment now until 2 o'clock? From the instructions that I've received now from the accused, I need to verify certain documents regarding my questions further to this, my lord. There are documents that I need to go through with the accused.
Yes, Mr. Balui.
We have no objection, my lord.
What's the time?
12:03, my lord.
We can make it 2.
A 2, my lord, yes. Just asking for a 1 hour, my lord.
Okay.